And Winnie, you just solved something you've been working on for like 3 days. That's huge. We should be live on YouTube now. Let me just wait for it to pop up. Yeah, all right. So our plan for the day, let me share that with YouTube. We did update our today command. Yeah, so we got the basic onboarding checklist going. It's in the drop down. It's in the main page. It should probably be cleaned up a little still. The biggest thing is making sure that we hide it when we're done. And after that, we should be able to link to pages and cause a popover to show for the onboarding item we care about. So let me switch to the right screen.
Give him an enema.
That'll probably be important. We're currently using linear, but anything works. Hey, what's up, Ethan? Hey, thanks for helping me power level that. Yeah. Dude, being level 8 by the end of the first act is insane. And yeah, happy to help you power level a character too. I'd love to see like how quickly we can like get a character all the way through. That would be kind of like an interesting puzzle. But happy to help you level a character too. And if we get more of a group, I got my my rarity bot character. So, right, someone else can be the carry that actually like kills shit, and I'll just run around like boosting the rarity with my 300+% rarity booster. It's got like the ability where anyone who kills anything in my presence, it counts as if I killed it. So anything you kill, you get the 300% too. It's a pretty cool build. But I don't do any damage, like 0. Absolutely none. $27 at the end of Act 3. That was some salad stuff still in my teeth. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think we could do some like really fun power leveling, but that depends on who we got for gaming tonight. We may just do Pal World, which you're welcome to join in on too. It'll probably be me, Robotic Head. We'll see if Alex is available. Brainless is not back home yet. He might try and see how the Pal World goes, but, you know, depends. Oh, you won't be able to game tonight going out. Okay, just double checking. Just throwing it out there. Throw it on back. Well, I had a good meal yesterday, though. Had that steak and just salad with it. Nice low-calorie meal, but solid amount of, like, protein and creatine. Yeah, we'll see if J-Lem wants to join us for maybe some gaming tonight. I haven't gamed with J-Lem in a while, but, you know, it happens. Let me see who all's lurking here in chat anyway. And yeah, other people are welcome to join in on the Pal World or other gaming together as well. It's just over on the Griffing and Chill channel. It's maybe not the most exciting gaming channel, but it's fun. We hang out, smoke whiskey, drink weed. Scratch that, reverse it. You know what I meant. But yeah, so let's keep building. The thing that we want to do, right? We only want to show this when it's necessary. And that can come from the onboarding utilities. I think that's a good place for it. So here we've got our default store, sure. We've got this checked function that checks the store. We should probably be storing some kind of like lenses lookup in there. I'm not sure that's absolutely necessary. I guess another thing we could do is instead of having whether these steps are completed be something that we check against our global store, we can just do a data fetch to the back end for like onboarding completion value. That does kind of simplify some of this other stuff, right? So if we're just fetching onboarding completion steps, one of those steps would be lenses. I'm not sure I like the idea of having it be backend driven, because then the backend has to be like aware of how we're doing routing on the front end, and that's a little bit of like mixing of concerns that I'm not a fan of. Let me do one thing. Seems like another cool event. 1 second. All right, there we go. Okie dokie. So, yeah, we're back to the point of like, we need to check to see if we have any lenses. So no matter what, this involves a new backend endpoint. What it means, though, is that we can do a fetch of all of the lenses on initial page load, and the global store will be mapping those in a key value store, basically a hash map, but we're not doing any hashing. It's just the ID that's the key, but an array of things. That's going to get stored in a global lenses array. And that global lenses array gets refetched when we change team. And as we add or delete lenses, we just modify the global. And we're also going to be doing just a fetch when we get into like a keyword and, you know, right within the keyword events page and we show lenses, we'll update our global store that way too. So then we can show the user something immediately and then just update it behind the scenes if they possibly have a stale value. So I guess the next thing is like, what controller should that live on? And hold up, we were already in the process of like hacking that out, weren't we? Shit. Yeah, I forgot about that part. Yeah. All right. So this is like the thought I was having towards the end of last night. Anyway, yeah, we need a new endpoint, and it needs to fetch all the lenses, and it needs to be like a key value lookup table of those. Yeah. We don't know what controller yet still. I'm going to say keyword controller. The method is going to be all lenses. Something like that, maybe? Uh, Let me double check this. Uh, so 1 second, 1 second. Work thing. Okay, sorry. Our CEO reached out for a thing. Yeah, this dude does have a fair amount of followers. That's probably why his name seems familiar. Yeah, I don't know. Someone talking about how they're using Gitkraken as basically an IDE, which is super fucking cool. Cool. Sorry, yeah, someone basically showing how they're using Gitkraken. They've got Claude code in the embedded terminal in Gitkraken, and they're basically like using Gitkraken to visualize the tree as it changes as Claude code is making commits and doing stuff. That's kind of a novel feature that I hadn't actually thought about, like a novel use case. Yeah, really cool actually. Let me get more music on. We haven't listened to this album in fucking ages. I don't remember it being like great all the way through, but the beginning is nice. Yeah, this will be a good one. All right, so we'll call it all lenses. What we'll do is keywords slash lenses. I think that's fine. Do we think the keyword controller is the right place for this? Like, it might even make more sense for like a keyword meta controller or something. In general, I consider Phoenix to be the closest I've found to something that is like a Ruby on Rails thing, right? Where most of the hard decisions about how you glue this shit together are made for you. Also, Elixir is fast compared to Ruby. It's a good experience. And yeah, in general, if I'm going to build a persistent server of some kind, it's probably going to be Elixir, despite the lack of type safety. Just the idea of running on a VM like that means that it can like fail fast, but it doesn't take down your entire system. Whereas anything binary like a Go or a Rust, There are absolutely cases where a single failure will take down the entire binary. Now, there are ways for that to happen with Elixir. Typically, though, you're not going to have that after compilation and deploy time. In dev, you can make that shit happen. In production, you're not going to have anything that prevents compilation. Yes, I've done a bunch of Rust. As safe as Rust is, there are still cases where a single thing at runtime can bring down the entire fucking thing. It has more assurances to prevent that, but it's still not as bulletproof as the Beam. Yeah, like the Beam has the same basic assurances as the JVM, right? Like, I think anything with a virtual machine is better suited to production use cases in a lot of cases. It's just a better experience compared to like a PHP fast process monitor, right? Like PHP FPM. It's a better process than Ruby and their equivalent, right? Because Ruby doesn't have a VM. Ruby is just like PHP in that your script is evaluated from top to bottom and you're just reinstantiating that same script within this like pool of workers. So yeah, Ruby and PHP have the exact same deploy characteristics as each other. They are not using a VM. They're using a process manager, and that is a fundamentally different thing. To do anything like that with JavaScript, yeah, you probably want to spin up an instance of your server per core on the virtual machine that you're running on. That's a pain in the ass. And you're basically building a fast process manager with more steps, and they're persistent. Then there's memory leaks as issues. Like, I don't know. I definitely prefer something with a proper virtual machine for runtime persistent servers. If I'm doing Lambda, it's just a function and who gives a shit. Someone else can solve the concurrency problem. Yeah, but because Go is that single binary rather than like a VM, right? Like Go has a runtime, but it's not a VM, right? There are still cases where Go will just outright crash and you got to like spin it back up again. They are rare and they're usually a problem, but these are things that can happen at runtime on your production server as a surprise rather than something that is part of the system that you just fail fast and spin back up, right? Like the VM handles that. To have Go do that, you need some other thing orchestrating it from the top anyway. Hence Kubernetes, etc. With Beam, you don't need anything like Kubernetes. The Beam is acting as Kubernetes and so much more on top of that. It's a bit myopic, but sure. Spheriphoria, Mr. Sir, how you doing? What you up to? Yeah, so we're currently working on the onboarding step for our application. And that onboarding step is like, well, yeah, have they done these things? And if they've checked off all these boxes, we should probably just stop showing this, right? But we're going to have other things that go into this checklist, and we probably want to make it look prettier. But the idea is that we want to teach users about how to use our application. And, you know, on the home page here, if we delete this keyword and we go back, we've got this checklist now. And technically, we're not managing the checked state here like we should. So we'll have to fix that too. But yeah, so you were doing some more dbus stuff. Nice. All right, so hold on. Let's see this. So yeah, finding a good generic interface for services. A lot of code gen followed by a bunch of templated programming. Okay. End result is okay, but unsure how you feel about the code required to get there. Taking a big XML blob and turning it into a quad-nested union of, well, if he's going to this object, he has these interfaces, which have these functions with these args. Interesting. Interesting. And I'm curious, are you doing all this by hand? Are you using like an AI auto completion, right? Like tab complete, or are you like Claude coding some of this stuff out? I'm curious, like what level? I don't know. AI is a bad word, but what level LLMs have as part of that process? Everything is by hand, so not even any like auto completion. Like I would assume maybe IntelliSense or something, right? Which isn't AI, but like, are you saying absolutely zero auto completion, or at least something like language server driven? Spam sending your data to the cloud. That part makes a shitload of sense. I totally get that part. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, API doc autocomplete, language server autocomplete. I totally get that part, right? Like local language server. So yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I get that. I was gonna say, like, dude, are you like full on caveman coding? Like, no, not even IntelliSense. No. Like that would be cool. I haven't seen anyone code like that in ages. Like not even language server? Ooh. That'd be a beauty to behold. Mm, the good for your brain stuff, I'd be curious about that. Like, yes, forcing yourself to go through active recall is important, but you can do that by reading a couple lines worth of autocompletion. That's fine. I think that's the main thing I push back on. Yes, like engaging in active recall is a massive thing. Passive recall, still better than nothing, right? But I think there are a lot of ways you can actually engage that part of your brain without having to full on like rote memorize JavaScript APIs or like browser APIs or whatever, right? Like, I'm still going to go look up the difference between slice and splice because I've been burned too many times by picking the wrong one. I mean, yeah, trouble is a different thing, though, right? Like, I still might go verify the semantics of a for of loop, right? Not just a regular for loop, but a for of loop because I don't use them that much. I'd rather just go double check it, look it up when you need to, right? There's nothing wrong with looking up when you need to. There's a quote. Never waste time memorizing something you can easily look up. I'm pretty sure Einstein said that, but I'd have to look it up. So, I mean, here's the biggest thing. You will end up memorizing something you use often enough anyway. You shouldn't have to put in effort to memorize things. If you're not using it often enough, there's no shame in looking it up. And anything that you do use often enough, you're going to memorize without trying. I understand, but I'm just still pointing it out. Like, I don't know. This becomes like a philosophical thing. The scope of accidental memorization will be larger. Even if you're using autocompletion and LSP stuff, you're still gonna like, if you use it often enough, you're not gonna be able to help yourself from remembering it. That's just how the memory works. So even if you're letting it be autocompleted, you're gonna memorize something that you use often enough. So like, the main thing is don't put in effort trying to memorize stuff. It's not worth it. If you use it often enough, it'll just happen. And that includes autocompletion. That includes even AI line by line tab completion, right? So LSP versus AI, I don't care. Like, you still got to check it as it's completing anyway, right? Like, you're not just going to blindly autocomplete it and assume it was right. You're going to hit tab and then be like, well, hold on, and read it. Or you should. I just signed up for like a no small talk dinner. I'm on the wait list, but one of the questions was, what is one of your favorite questions? And for me, that is, if Star Trek future, in this context, post-scarcity economy happened, What would you do with your time? And the follow-up question is, why aren't you consuming your time with that right now? Right? I'm talking like unlimited energy. We're able to assemble food at the molecular level for no money, basically, because we have discovered infinite energy through maybe a Dyson ring or a Dyson sphere or room temp cold fusion, right? Like all these things that could create absolute unlimited energy at which, with that same energy, we could then manipulate stuff at the atomic level for free. What would you be doing with your time if that were to happen, right? There's no more hunger. There's no more, right? Like post scarcity. What would you be doing with your time? And what is preventing you from pursuing that right now? In general, the thing preventing you from pursuing it is probably the need to make money, right? But I think you can go deeper than that. Yeah, I get it. I get it. But I don't know. I think it's a fun thought experiment, personally. Yep, no worries. All right, so yeah, we're creating this. We don't have this endpoint, so we got to go create it now. And I think keyword controller is the right place for it. And yeah, and we can keep talking Spheriphoria, like, just because we slightly disagree. I don't even think we disagree that much. I do find it interesting. But I mean, Spheriphoria, right? If you had to look up every standard library function every time you called it, it'd be a lot slower. Yeah, you're describing everyone's interaction with PHP because you'll never, like, you'll never be able to predict which one is string copy with an underscore between the str and copy or not, right? And unless you use it that much, you're just going to go look it up. So then at that point, yeah, let an LSP do that part for you. Because it is impossible to predict whether a PHP standard library function is going to be underscored or not. It's crazy. It's fucking insane. String copy? Oh, I can't remember. String split? I think string split does have an underscore. String copy, though? I don't know. And then, yeah, let me just use an LSP for that. Why waste time memorizing something like that? If you happen to memorize it, well, good luck. Good job. But it shouldn't be some exercise that you do. Well, tonight I'm going to go study the standard library functions of PHP. Why would you do that? I mean, who gives a shit? All right, so it's not going to go in there. It's going to go on keyword controller. We're going to put it at the top. And then, yeah, like this boilerplate. Ah, man. Right, I can see summary, responses. I think we're missing, well, I guess there's not going to be parameters. So, yeah, that's probably fine. Right? Is it worth memorizing this, the shape of this operation function? Fuck no. Yeah, so keywords list lenses. I don't think that exists, and it's going to yell at us about it because it's not there. All right, so then, yeah, in this context, I think this is wrong. From keyword lens, in keyword. We need to group by keyword ID. What's the right way to do the keyword ID as a key? I think that's how we want to do that. So then, yeah, repo.all, nope. All right, so get org lenses. We do have to pass an org for it. Think it's just params org ID like that. Double check it though. All right, so then we add that and we want to put it in here. Yep. So then all lenses, right, we do need read permission within the org. All right, time for another soda. Render ATL is super expensive. And I love that name. Your mama was a snowblower. Like, yeah, exactly. That is such a good name. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Hey, what's up, DMO Roy? Dude, how you doing, man? Dude, haven't seen you streaming in ages. I think it's mainly just because you stream during the days. But yeah, how you doing, dude? I shared your post about like the code review thing. I mean, you tweet a lot, but I shared that tweet about the code review stuff with work because it's a problem we're trying to solve too. And yeah, I thought that was cool. I think another thing I've been thinking about in the whole like code review space is I don't necessarily need comments. I just want AI to like give me an assessment of like the risk of the PR. So then at that point, oh, is it a low risk PR? Well, yeah, I can slap a looks good to me on it and we're good to go. Oh, is this a high risk PR? Well, then yes, I should probably be extra discerning. Right? Like, why aren't tools providing that level of analysis? I don't need the 20 plus CodeRabbit comments. I just need like an assessment kind of thing. But yeah, what were you up to on your stream? Hold on. Let's do all the shout out stuff. I think I did one of them. Yep. We did the other two. And it looks like you were configuring open code and hacking on TypeScript projects. Nice. And yeah, how's the new gig going? You know, don't say anything you don't want, but yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, all these Cloudflare outages, and they seem to have happened right after you joined the company. And I'm kidding. I'm bullshitting. I'm just having fun. I'm kidding. Totally. Now, if it was Twitch, we'd be blaming Melky, and he doesn't even work there anymore. But yeah, so you were working on porting your Twitch integration overlays to Cloudflare off of Fly.io. Interesting. Yeah, I just run that shit locally. It's just a TMI.js instance at that point, you know? But yeah, dude, Cloudflare is good shit. I've been using it more and more. Less a fan of the fact that they're like pushing workers so hard because Pages solves like all the problems I have. But I get it, I think. But still, fantastic service. Which is obviously all you're doing, so thank you, Dylan. But yeah, so for everyone joining and people asking what we're working on, I have this app. It's called Messijo. And yes, that's an IT crowd reference. The idea is, and let me switch to a different team. Oh, I'm on the wrong user right now. Let me go to production. All right, so Messijo.com. We go to the dashboard. Hey, Messijo. You'll take the credit. You got to run and make dinner? Yeah, no worries, man. Thank you for the raid. This is a foodie stream in disguise, so if you want to share what you're making for dinner, sounds good to me. Last night, I did a steak in the sous vide for like 8 hours at 126 degrees, and then I seared it in some butter and had that with some like salad greens. It was delicious. It was super good. Like, I seared, like, the fat layer on this, like, New York cut just perfectly. It was awesome. It was a good steak. All right, so let me switch teams here. We'll go to Messijo, and what we'll show is that, yes, with Messijo, I am tracking some keywords. You know, most of the time it's me making these comments, so that's fun. But we can track other words like Elixir and whether it's related to like new features, etc. So the idea is that we do a listening of the fire hose, right? Of the Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters comments and posts as they come in, right? As quick as possible. And we match those things using regular expressions based upon the keyword that we've created, like Elixir. From there, we now have this thing called lenses. And lenses are about, well, are we talking about like new features for the Elixir language? Well, over the past month or two, or I guess over the past 15 days, because that's how old this account's keyword listening is for it, we've gotten 9 messages that are actually related to new features or something like that for the Elixir language, right? Of 1,400. So the idea is just taking the haystack problem that you get from just doing keyword matching and matching it towards an intent of some kind. Now, why would that matter for Elixir? It probably doesn't, right? But if you're a brand, people will mention your product or at least things in the space that your product does and complain about it or post things. And could you filter based upon, well, okay, are they complaining about our product? Should we get the support staff involved? Should support be responding with like, hey, that sounds like a weird bug, submit an issue here. Boom, that easy. But you can take the social media manager out of like being the middle person between support getting these notifications of someone complaining about something on social media. So that's kind of the idea there, right? This is about brands and being able to listen for mentions on social media. We are currently only on Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters, which means we are niching down to tech specifically. Could we make it more generic by doing Twitter and Reddit eventually? Sure. But those are much harder platforms to do any of this stuff for. And instead, we need to solve the haystack problem for the platforms we have rather than just adding more platforms and increasing the haystack problem, right? And when I say haystack problem, I mean like finding that needle in the haystack. So I think we're getting there. The part that we're working on right now in our local is the idea of onboarding, right? So the user doesn't have a keyword created yet. We should surface that to them so that they are incentivized to like click this and create a keyword. And right, then click this and create a notification or whatever. The goal being that we want to like help teach and onboard them into the app because they need to go from sign up to that aha moment as quick as possible. So yeah, onboarding, I think, is the right way to do that. The part we're working on right now is we have the idea of lenses per keyword, but we don't have a way of tracking if the user has created any lenses. So now we're creating a new endpoint that we'll be able to then store the result of globally and check that as we do our onboarding stuff. And that's the part that you're like jumping in on at the moment. So yeah, does that inform some of the raters like Tibsy on what we're actually trying to do? And your mama was a snowblower. That is such a good short circuit reference. I really like it. No disassemble. Hey, liver lips. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Just a robot that was trained on Three Stooges references. Solid. Solid. But yeah, has Render ATL actually opened up their call for speakers yet? Here it is. So it looks like they have opened it up. Damn, we've got till mid-February. You're only allowed to do one submission, too, by the way. Did they actually rescind the single submission rule? I think they might have. Yeah, I'm not seeing the single submission limit. Interesting. I will just say real quick, this is one of the best conferences as far as like the hangout session, the people you'll chat with, right? Like, look at the list of speakers that are already like part of it, right? So as always, right? Jason Langsdorff. Is Shannon Sharp going to be there again? Oh no, previous MVP speakers. Got it. Yeah, they haven't locked down who's speaking this year. But yeah, like, yeah, Angie Jones, Charlie Gerard, Scott Tolinsky. Trying to like name the people I actually recognize. Yves Van Horn, Theo. You know, just Yeah, shitload of amazing speakers on a regular basis. It's really cool. And yeah, one of the bigger things about it, there's a party at the end. That's like a must go. I know Justin Samuel, the organizer, joked about getting Rage Against the Machine. I know it was a joke, but man, yeah, I'd pay out of pocket to go to this for sure. I would easily pay out of pocket if Rage is playing, you know. That's a big caveat. But yeah, it's a good party. It's a good hangout. But yeah, I just need to remember. I'll reapply. We'll do that stuff. I got denied for React Miami. I don't think the talk I was proposing was actually a good one anyway, so I understand. But I can't pay out of pocket to go to that one. And yeah, Get Kraken doesn't pay for booths. But yeah, so let's continue building out the endpoint here, right? So this all lenses endpoint, we have done this part, but the list lenses response. This is different. This is list all lenses response. And then we obviously don't have that down at the bottom. We can squeeze it into the list. We just want to get it between the params and response. So yeah, list all lenses response, open API specs. This is actually incorrect. Like way off. The schema that I want it to be is it's going to be a like almost a hash map, like a lookup table, in which the key is the keyword ID, because that's all we really care about. And then we can do like lookups based on that later. And the value is just an array of lenses for that keyword ID. I don't think this is going to work. Yeah, and then here they hate it. So yeah, for people unaware, this is Elixir, and we're using Phoenix for the back end. And this OpenAPI specs thing is how I generate the OpenAPI specification file from my Elixir code, and I use that to then generate types for the front-end TypeScript code. But I'm not sure the right way to make this dynamic. This sounds like a job for an LLM, right? This is the last song on that album, though. Let's pick something better. Does Synthwave belong to Museum, Junior? I think it does. All right, so T3 chat saved me. I don't care about the privacy policy. It's odd that that's the first thing that comes up. But yeah, new chat. Wait, Kenny, what does for sure? Shit. I know I said a bunch of words. I wasn't actually listening to myself saying it. Oh, Synthwave belongs in Museum. Yes, exactly. Aha. So I wanted additional properties. Aha. Okay, so we should be able to build that now. Let's double check. Will it blend? No, it did not blend. Son of a bitch. Oh, because, yeah, no, list all lenses. That's the thing we need at the top. It still did not blend. Okay, so the issue we have here is that we are defining lens response elsewhere, but lens response on the keyword lens controller actually has props that we're probably not going to have access to. Right? And I actually think we kind of just do want that. I think we definitely want that. One dude, I forgot to thank Dylan. Yeah. Dylan was part of a panel for like a Get Kraken thing we did. Part of like GitCon. Talking about like your boss is measuring you, now what kind of thing. I forgot to thank him for that. That was super huge. Made me look amazing. So I appreciate that. All right, just being able to like source and find really credible speakers. Yeah. But okay, so yeah. That's what we got to do. Yeah. All right, so then we head back up. This is the event we care about. Keywords.getorg lenses. All right, so this is one of the queries that we ended up needing to majorly optimize using subqueries previously. And it was doable because keyword ID is part of like what we're fetching here, but we're not going to have keyword ID as part of that. It's going to be part of like other stuff we're joining on because we're just looking for it based on org ID. So then that becomes a little trickier. What we could do is we could just mock the values, give them a 0, and then like lazy load that data later. The bear's good. I think it does have some pacing issues because it was actually originally written as a movie. And then they like dragged it out as a show. So you may actually recognize some of those pacing issues and without spoiling anything like the Deus Ex Machina that happens later. But it's a fantastic show. It's really good, especially the first season. I haven't fully watched through the other seasons yet. But it is nice. Like there are certain characters that you fucking hate and then they grow on you. I think that's actually like really well done. So yeah, no spoilers. But yes, you will kind of notice like the pacing thing, and that doesn't spoil anything in my opinion. But yeah, it was originally written as a movie. Very good show though. Very good. I think you'll like it. It's a little tougher if you've ever worked in an actual kitchen before. I would say the movie Waiting is more accurate as far as like how the kitchen works than the bear. Right? The bear is basically like a fantasy by someone who's only ever maybe gone to culinary school, but I don't even think they went. They were just curious about it. In my opinion, The Bear is written by someone who watched way too much of not Kitchen Nightmares, but the other like chef show that Gordon Ramsay ran. Hell's Kitchen. Yes, exactly. To me, it really does strike me as someone who just watched way too many episodes of Hell's Kitchen. Doesn't mean it's less entertaining, but as you keep watching it, that's going to become pretty apparent, I think. And you're going to love it every step of the way. So keep that in mind too. Like, that doesn't diminish the show in any way, in my opinion. Like, I would say finish watching the show first, and then you could easily go on the like Kitchen Confidential subreddit and see what they think about it. But do not do so before finishing the show, or at least the first season. Because then you're hooked on the characters as opposed to the realism anyway. As a better example, as a former snowboard bum, I would say it's about as accurate to running a standard kitchen as the movie Out Cold is to living in a ski town. There's definitely some truth to it, but it's all hammed up for entertainment value. Like, this doesn't happen in the show, but I've seen it happen multiple times in real life where someone's coming up with like the soup for the next like day or two for like all the kitchens that depend on it. And the head chef, right, the day sous chef, is just walking around like, oh God, how do I save the soup? Oh, what do I do? How do I save the soup? Because it's this giant fucking cauldron that like multiple people could fit in when you're like making a soup for 3 restaurants within the same like hotel or whatever, right? That is actually the most accurate like stress of that position within a kitchen. God, how do I save the soup? Oh, there's like hundreds of dollars of ingredients in this fucking thing, and I seasoned it wrong. Fuck. I've seen that happen multiple times. Oh, I oversalted it. Okay, I'm gonna add a bunch of potatoes, and then we're gonna pull the potatoes out. I think that's the only thing I can do. Right, to try and like soak up the salt. Why did I add coriander? You know, like I don't know, like just shit like that. All right, looks like Robotic Head's out for gaming tonight. So we'll see. I'm already 3 whiskeys deep. I'm not going into Seattle. If the light rail were running, all right, maybe. But I'm not driving. I'm not fucking Ubering. That'd be a terrible idea. But yeah, so here's the big idea. And yeah, what's up there? I crashed my bike. You're playing some WoW. Classic. Nice. Yeah, I think I like the idea of just mocking some of these values. I think that's going to be a better pattern, right? If we just mock it to 0 and then fill in the value as we need it, then we're good to go. Um, sure, go for it. 1 second. It is your first time chatting. It's usually a little nicer if you're a part of a community before you spam some stuff. Just saying. But we can check it out. There's a North Korea? First and foremost, you should probably make sure it's up on the marketplace. Okay, there you go. You should probably have that linked from your README somewhere. All right, you could easily just throw it here in the about as the URL for it, as an example. And then one more thing, make sure you get it up on OpenVSX. Right, get it up here too, because then you can get it in the hands of people using Cursor and other things, right? Like VS Code is the only one allowed to consume the official marketplace. So then if you want it in the hands of like Windsurf, Cursor, or any other like fork of VS Code, you need it up on OpenVSX. Yep, exactly. And then hold on. AI Tinkerers. AI Tinkerers CM. What day of the week is the 9th? It'll be at ThinkSpace. Oh, ThinkSpace is a cool space. Cool. Sponsored by actual AI. Yep, that's where this dude works. Makes sense. And then hold on, January 30th. What day of the week is that? Friday? Oh, there might be another Friday event that I was thinking about going to. I'll have to double check that part. Yes, Cursor only gets extensions from OpenVSX. Yep. They are legally not allowed to consume the VS Code marketplace into Cursor. It's against TOS and all that shit. Yep, no worries. Now you do. So yeah, I don't know. I'll check out these events. AI Tinkerers. I don't know about the science fair, but the one after that sounds cool. February 9th, what day of the week is that? A Monday? I could do a Monday event. I could see that. There you go. Nice. Hell yeah, Eric. Glad you like it. We get more music going. Yeah, telescope.nvm, made by Telescopic Johnson. In fact, Telescopic Johnson even helped me with my VS Code plugin. Yeah, it's really cool what Tej does for the entire like NeoVim ecosystem. It's really cool. Okay, so that does build properly at least. So we got to fix that. You're implementing Harpoon inside of it now. Ooh, there you go. And there you go. Yeah, I actually haven't used Harpoon either, but it's one of the earliest projects Prime did on stream. Yeah, 5 years ago, man. Before he was big time. Hold on, it took me a second to get the June 9th thing. Nice. Nice. And wait, Brainless, do you use NeoVim? I don't think I knew that about you. Or at least if you had told me in the past, I totally forgot. Yeah, I totally forgot that. So are you using NeoVim biscuits? I see how it is. All right. No loyalty. You hate to see it. It's fine. I don't care. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Dude, I didn't realize I had 300 stars on this thing. This might be one of my most starred repos. Wow. I don't think I knew that. Oh, I am. I don't use Twitch extensions, but I bet you use NeoVim extensions. But yeah, I don't have a single Twitch extension, so that's a bigger barrier to entry. I know what my favorites are already. You installed LazyVim and never touched anything else? I mean, thanks to the work of some really cool contributors, NeoVim Biscuits is lazy loadable with lazy. Your excuses are in shambles. No, I don't use NeoVim. But I did build a plugin using Tree Sitter in VS Code, and then porting that logic to NeoVim was pretty easy. No. Albedo, I don't even use my own NeoVim extension. I made it for other people, not for me. I'm just that that much of like a giver. No, I don't use Vim. I don't use Vim or NeoVim or any of that. But I'll happily make a plugin for it. Because why not? I just like building things. All right, like Moss from IT Crowd. He might not be a moth, but he can still build a ladder for moths to get out of baths. What are my thoughts on that? I remember my first text editor. Should we put a nipple on it? No, the main thing I kind of like am hinting at there is like, who gives a shit? Just use whatever you want. If you're gonna treat like your text editor as a fucking sports team, use Sweet Summer Child. I remember my first text editor. Right? Instead, hold on. Instead of the Beer Fest reference, we can make it the I don't even know what it's from, but when you got like the James Franco in the news and he's like first time, just change the text first text editor. Boom. Same gist. Have I used Zed? No, because there's extensions that I like in VS Code that just aren't there in Zed. Maybe once they have that functionality, I'm good to go. Now that Zed's cool. We're talking like Zed the editor. It's not a motorcycle, it's a chopper. Helix? Now, let me put it this way, GUI, I don't give a shit. It's just text. It's just code in an editor. It is a waste of your time to keep trying to rice that experience in some way. Just move on. Like, there's other shit to do. People that are always trying to find their next favorite text editor, I just think they could stand to have a better hobby. That sounds like a shit hobby. It harkens back to the age-old like Linux joke. Linux is only free if your time is worthless. It's the same thing, right? Fancy new text editors are only free if your time is worthless. I didn't make up the quote. That shit's existed for like 30 years. At least 20. It's been the year of the Linux desktop for the past 25 years. Does it mean it's actually true? No, but they'll tell you next year is totally going to be the year. Hold on. Let me put it this way. Sorry. Bad phrasing. It's been... Next year has been the year of the Linux desktop for 25 years. Right? Next year in quotes. Boom, roasted. Exactly. What's my distro? Mac OS. And it's not even Linux, it's BSD. But who cares? Hold on, we'll just do it with buffer. Fuck it. Next year. It would make sense to do this if I was like making some of that sweet, sweet Twitter money from engagement bait. But now I'm just doing the engagement bait for fun. Like, I'm not even going to get paid for it. That's how you know it's a good troll. I'm doing it for the love of the game. It's a little bit of trolling. Yeah, it's a little bit of trolling. Whatever. No, and I'm just having fun. Like, use whatever you want to use. Like, just be productive. Do I use NeoVim biscuits? No, I use assorted biscuits in VS Code. But NeoVim biscuits is a port of assorted biscuits. Which is why it was so easy to build NeoVim biscuits. Oh, you meant Eric. Got it. Got it. Yeah, without a tag, most streamers will assume you're talking to them. This is a bit narcissistic, maybe. I think it's also kind of just the reality of it. Yeah, how dare you? No, I'm kidding, man. We're having fun. We're just chilling. We're enjoying a Saturday together. Shit. Or I'm enjoying a Saturday, and hopefully you guys are enjoying it too. There was an event I was thinking about going to in Seattle, and I just don't feel like it. Brainless, I think you might enjoy playing Star Rupture with us at one point. Maybe check out that game, Hollywood Animal. I'm enjoying it, and it's actually kind of tough. No, Star Rupture is like Satisfactory, but as a team. So, I mean, if you have Satisfactory, just play that. But yeah, Star Rupture is more like a newer group Satisfactory. So we could play that together as a group at some point, and I think you'd enjoy it. There's just the smallest bit of pew pew, but the majority of it is setting up like production pipelines, like Satisfactory or Factorio or whatever. Oh, that makes sense. Instead of building it yourself, I get it. Nah, that makes sense. It's almost like how it's going with Pal World at this point too. Then, huh? Right? Like we keep progressing, and you're just playing catch up. So I understand if you're like burning out on that game now too. I think there's more to it than that, but yeah, I can understand. All right, yeah, let's get back to it. I know I'm like dragging my feet about how I actually want to implement this. I think we just fill in a bunch of junk. Call it good. Interesting, brainless. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I get it. Hey. Yeah, what other values are we needing here? And yeah, I got way too many of these things open. We're not going to save that file. We do want to pop out keyword controller again. And yeah, these values. Inserted at and updated at are there. So we get rid of those. And then notifications here, we can just do as empty array and call that good. You wonder if the 0 will require a pin. Ooh. Right? You're saying like that? I don't know. Yeah, like I'm just hard coding it for mock data, but yeah, like honestly, this one might need a pin too. I guess we'll find out. You never know. And what's up, Jerome? How you doing? Yeah, Fissette, you do a bunch of like Elixir as well, right? Yeah, so yeah, I'm not positive. I don't remember. How's onboarding going? I mean, I think we're working on it. I think we're getting there. We still don't have any of like the docs that I think you were asking for, but at least we have this whole like, well, create a keyword, then create a notification, and then at some point we should let them know they should create a lens and other stuff. The part we're working on is lenses now and how we surface that to the user. We're gonna call it like lenses by keyword ID. Yeah, that requires docs of some kind, like in a way that I don't think we want to cram all of it into like a popover, you know. So then there'll be a little thing to click, and then yeah, we should take you to a page that does all the shit, right? No, I have a stream PC, right? So I have a Windows stream PC that does the OBS stuff, and then the Mac is just a capture, as if as it was just like a display or something, you know. Do I think streaming helps me get the motivation to program stuff? Thank you. Honestly, I think that question is summed up within my history that I just created recently. I think if people are curious about me in general and me as a person, that history does a really good job of it. But there is a section in there that is basically saying, you know, I interviewed at a company that was a streaming platform at Microsoft. It was called Mixer. It was called Beam before that. And the owner of Beam, before it got bought by Microsoft, was still there. And part of the interview was him saying, like, man, it'd be cool if you streamed because you'd understand, our user base better. And then I was like, okay, cool. I streamed to Mixer and Twitch at the same time. It turns out within like weeks of streaming to both, I would get like 30 like concurrent viewers here on Twitch, and I had gotten 30 views total on Mixer at the same time. So Mixer was a fucking dead end for anything software dev related. If you were gaming, sure. But software dev, fuck no, it was a terrible platform for it. But in that time, in that like first month, I had built out projects that I had wanted to build for fucking ages. And I got hooked. Like, yeah, I get more shit done here on stream even when I'm like distracting myself. You know what? Y'all might distract me a little bit, but you can't distract me nearly as much as I would distract myself otherwise. So I still get way more done by streaming than not streaming. And yeah, my parents are OGs in like telephony for sure. Like especially like the 1-800 system. But yeah, even then before that they were doing a bunch of like telephony stuff. Like so much so that my dad has actually met and chatted with Ross Perot in person and refers to him as that little fucker. And my dad's not a tall person. If you're not aware, Ross Perot, his entire like how he made a shitload of money was like telephony and a bunch of that shit. So there you go, Magnus. Yeah, tutorial hell is a massive thing. Um, Side project hell is actually not as bad as you think it is. Some stoner definitely has a YouTube video about side project hell. Do I actually have a link for that? No, it's not side projects. Really? Well, shit. Hey, at least I come up in the list. If you prefer a blog post, you can do the blog post. If you prefer the video, you can watch the video. Streaming absolutely fucking helps. Yeah, Magnus, you should probably start streaming. But I think a big thing I want to make sure I point out to people is that side project hell is not actually a problem. It's better to be stuck in side project hell than tutorial hell any day of the week. But yeah, if you prefer a blog post, I got the blog post too. Oop. All right, so let me go pee real quick because, yeah, I'm breaking that seal. But yeah, I got to use the restroom. So give me a sec. Hold on 1 second. Just replying to this. Wait, why am I spacing on this person's name? God damn it. God. This would have been the possibly second or third time I would have called Alan Dillon. Now, I blame the fact that his last name starts with a D, and that's why I keep mixing it up. All right. Anyway. So yeah, what's up, Vibby? How you doing? We're hanging out. We're chilling. We're enjoying just a day of hanging out. You know. No pressure to be productive, but you know, it happens anyway. As long as we're just like sitting here, putting one foot in front of the other, slowly. Hold on. Double checking some stuff. Hold on. Hold on. What's the thing? Tesla FSD pulled. Okay, so not New York Post, because fuck that shit. Wait, did I misunderstand that? Oh, so autopilot was a separate thing. All right, so maybe that's a bad reference. Never mind. Not the same thing. What is ADAS? Auto drive, auto steer, or something like that? I don't know, man. Advanced driver assistance systems branded as autopilot. Right, okay. So basically, that's the thing they were killing. They were killing like autopilot. They're not killing full self driving. So I think I misunderstood the headlines. Yeah, I misunderstood the headlines. Jerome, how is AI impacting my daily workflow? Is it taking away junior coding stuff and only software architects will survive the next couple of years? You can't get architects without hiring and training juniors. It's that fucking simple. Blinter, I think I get the joke you're making in that, yeah, like it's all nonsense. Yeah, all the civil engineering that went into video games will totally be replaced by software architects. But that was always a zero. You know, like that was always a zero. So yeah, I don't know, man. Jerome, what information do you have to think that anything has actually changed? Who are you taking this information from? And if any of that information or anecdotes or whatever still come from, like, if they're coming from some CEO for an AI company, why are you believing those assholes? You shouldn't believe them any further than you can throw them. And with your bad knee, you shouldn't be throwing anybody. Yes, that was a Ferris Bueller reference. Some people caught it. Ooh, and Ed, with your bad knee, you shouldn't be throwing anybody. You're working with Laravel and Tailwind, and the company you were at had 40 to 80% layoffs because of AI doing their jobs. I'm calling bullshit on that. No, they wanted to lay off 40 to 80% of the workplace, and they blamed AI for it. That's actually what happened. They were going to do layoffs anyway, but now if they blame AI, their stock doesn't tank. The fucking board of directors doesn't treat everything like their hair's on fire. AI is just a scapegoat. Economy's going to shit. They wanted to outsource those jobs to India already. But if they just blame AI, well, then the stock doesn't tank. Then the board isn't pissed. I don't believe a single fucking CEO if they're saying AI is the reason they're doing layoffs. Liars. Liar, liar, your pants on fire. And yes, that was a reference to the movie Congo. Mr. Homolka, stop eating my sesame cake. Yeah, AI is just this magical excuse people can blame so it doesn't affect their bottom line. Like, Jerome, look at the biggest companies. AI is going to replace all devs in 6 months to a year, but they're still hiring devs. So they're talking out of one side of their mouth and saying something completely different out of the other side. Even then, I don't think that's actually true. Yeah, unless AI stands for an Indian. Right? Like the cashierless Whole Foods. If AI stands for an Indian, yeah, I totally believe it. Yeah, for sure. AI is taking software developer jobs. Yeah, as long as you understand which AI they're talking about. And it's not artificial intelligence. It's an Indian. Because it's cheaper than the AI is too. Right? Cheaper than artificial intelligence. It comes back to the bullshit of it. Right? What was that meme? Twitter Copilot meme copy pasta. Right. This right here. This is the greatest fucking tweet that describes all of this shit in a nutshell. Last quarter, I rolled out Microsoft Copilot to 4,000 employees, $30 per seat per month, 1.4 mil annually. I called it digital transformation. The board loved that phrase. They approved it in 11 minutes. No one asked what it would actually do, including me. I told everyone it would 10x productivity. That's not a real number. But it sounds like one. HR asked how we'd measure the 10x. I said we'd leverage analytics dashboards. They stopped asking. 3 months later, I checked the usage reports. 47 people had opened it. 12 had used it more than once. One of them was me. I used it to summarize an email I could have read in 30 seconds. It took 45 seconds. Plus the time it took to fix the hallucinations. But I called it a pilot success. Success means the pilot didn't visibly fail. The CFO asked about ROI. I showed him a graph. The graph went up and to the right. It measured AI enablement. I made that metric up. He nodded approvingly. We're AI enabled now. I don't know what that means, but it's in our investor deck. Senior developer asked why we didn't use Claude or ChatGPT. I said we needed enterprise-grade security. He asked what that meant. I said compliance. He asked which compliance. I said all of them. He looked skeptical. I scheduled him for a career development conversation. He stopped asking questions. Microsoft sent a case study team. They wanted to feature us as a success story. I told them we saved 40,000 hours. I calculated that number by multiplying the employees by a number I made up. They didn't verify it. They never do. Now we're on Microsoft's website. Global enterprise achieves 40,000 hours of productivity gains with Copilot. The CEO shared it on LinkedIn. He got 3,000 likes. He's never used Copilot. None of the executives have. We have an exemption. Strategic focus requires minimal digital distraction. I wrote that policy. The licenses renew next month. I'm requesting an expansion, 5,000 more seats. We haven't used the first 4,000, but this time we'll derive adoption. Adoption means mandatory training. Training means a 45-minute webinar that no one watches, but completion will be tracked, and completion is a metric. Metrics go in dashboards. Dashboards go in board presentations. Board presentations get me promoted, and I'll be senior vice president by Q3. I still don't know what Copilot does, but I know what it's for. It's for showing that we are investing in AI. Investment means spending. Spending means commitment. Commitment means we're serious about the future. The future is whatever I say it is, as long as the graphing goes up and to the right. This is the most accurate portrayal of how all of this shit works. It is satire, but good satire is actually really close to reality. Yeah, it's funny, but also really sad because this is someone's actual reality. They have a boss that actually thinks like this. They have a boss that read this and didn't recognize it was satire. Right? Can we understand that? As far as satire works, only half of the audience is going to get the satire and the rest just pretend that they understand it. The half that pretends they understand satire, they're the people that actually make business decisions. Right? We can laugh at it, but you know what? For at least a few people here in chat, this is the reality they live in. It's hard to get a Jane Street job, sure, but you know what? It's way easier to get a job that thinks they're Jane Street. Yeah, up and to the right. An AI first HR department? Yeah, we've seen it. Hold on. HR dancing meme. This is it right here. This is the AI first HR department right there. We've seen it. They're dancing because the agent is churning on their machines while they're doing this part. Now, can we recognize why the fuck are there like 8 people in HR? There's never downsizing in the HR department because the moment someone even discusses it, ooh, I think someone needs to be on a performance improvement plan. It's a fun video. It's okay there, but just recognize that that is the company telling you that your resume doesn't fit the criteria. Those are the people telling you you're overqualified. Even though you said you were happy, with the salary that we were offering, you're still overqualified. Yellow beanie and a whiskey drink. Yellow beanie and a whiskey drink. Yeah, totally, man. Are you saying I should apply for HR roles? That's thinking with your brain, right? What is the safest job in the world? HR. Because nobody tells HR, right? Nobody puts HR in a corner. What else do you need? Maybe a livable salary? Ooh, shit. Now I'm asking for way too much. My bad. What was I thinking? All right, let me get more music going. It's like I smoke weed or something. I don't get it. Let's try this album. I don't know if it's actually any good. We'll see. We'll see. Another bottle when this one's empty? We've turned into the just chatting section of this stream. We definitely have. Yeah. Should I switch the title? Right? Should I switch the category? We did it yesterday and it didn't change numbers whatsoever. In fact, I think numbers went down. So I don't give a shit. Whatever. We did that yesterday too, McCory. For sure, man. Yeah, we literally did that. I will at least fire up the DoorDash. Because, yeah, I don't feel like cooking tonight. Indian food twice a week is fine for me. Oh, I could order direct to me, like right fucking now. If I wait like a half hour to 40 minutes, probably blown it. How many beanies do I have? I think we had a command for that at one point. Yeah. I've got a bin of beanies. This is not even all inclusive. And shit, Bedtime Bear probably even recognizes the angular scarf in that packaging. I've had that for like 7 years now. Am I sure the purple thing was a beanie? Which purple thing? No, technically this part right here, the one I'm pointing out, that's a scarf. No, we didn't make a change color thing. I don't know. I'm too lazy for that. I'm way too lazy for that. Wait, what's up, Jerome? Have I tried Quen offline? Yeah, it's okay. Jerome, I'm really questioning that statement and what it had to do with anything at this point. Yeah, edgy for the sake of edgy is really lame. All right. Anyway. So yeah, this should be fetchable, and we should be fetching that. Yeah, I'd be careful because like a local Mongo requires that your users set that up when you should probably be using like a SQLite or something like that instead. This is the Luigi's Mansion theme. Yeah, good catch. I never even played the game, but yeah, good catch. But yeah, it's Matar. I would pick something that doesn't require the user install something on their own. Right? Like it should be self-contained within your like Electron.js installation process. So then, yeah, SQLite and a bunch of other things will totally work. But yeah, Mongo is probably the wrong choice there. Unless there's like a really good locally hostable without having to install version of Mongo. Right? Is there like a pure JS Mongo implementation? I don't think there is. Yeah. So I would say Mongo is probably the wrong abstraction. It does look like there is one actually. But 13 years ago, yeah, you shouldn't use this. I understand that, but it's just going to be a bad user experience to require someone to like install Mongo, you know? Like if you're like really just putting on your like empathy for the user hat, it's a bad experience. Like more power to you. Glad you made it, but I don't know, man. Like really put on your empathy hat for the user. And is having to install Mongo separately from the application that they downloaded a good experience? It isn't. It's a bad experience. Like it's not even in the gray area. It's just a bad experience. So something to at least think about. So cool that you made it. I'm just saying, like, you know, now you're getting into the point of, yeah, just because you made it doesn't mean that it's good. And how can you make it better for the user? And that is what product development is actually all about. All right, so what we want to do is we want to be able to fetch some stuff. All right, so then here in stores, we actually do have a store for lenses by keyword ID. Oh, shit. When did we make that? I think we just made it. Yeah, so shit, we were already predicting like what we needed here. So yeah, lenses by keyword ID. And then we fetch that during the initial loading of the app. So we work that into our layout. So seems like you haven't opened Discord in like 2 weeks. First message, friend asking for money. Damn, dude. That's fucking brutal. Marla Boros. Okay. That's a solid reference. No, that one's good. That's a good one. We'll show it on stream. Oh, there you go, Gopher. That one's good. Dude, I wouldn't even lend my brother $5,000 USD. No offense, Kevin, if you're watching. Like, no fucking way, dude. Like, nah, hell no. Hell no, dude. I would need a really good reason to give my mom $5,000 for no reason. Now, here's the thing, and I don't want to dox how and why, but I have absolutely spent 20 grand on my brother, and I'd do it again in a heartbeat. But not as a loan. Like, I know I'm not getting that money back ever again. I'm okay with that. But a loan? No. No. I have absolutely spent 20 grand on my brother in a way that not a single other family member was willing to step up. And I'd do it again. I don't want to do it again, but I would if I had to. Even knowing that not a single other family member would step up. So yeah, I might be harsh, but I love my brother. I think he knows and understands that. But yeah, a friend, 5K? That's not a friend. That's an economic liability. Like, like as far as like accounting goes, yeah, that's just a liability. That's not even a friend anymore. They're just a line item on the balance sheet. All right, so yeah, the place that we want to do this data fetch, where we want to set the global store and all that shit. It's going to be here. It's going to be within one of these use effects. It's a use effect based upon selected org. There you go, McQuarrie. I haven't seen that at all, but okay. Been thinking about building a web app based on GNU Cache. The software is amazing. The UI is so ugly. I mean, yeah, that sounds cool. I've never heard of GNU Cache. Ooh, and I can order the Indian food like any time at this point. I bet if I wait like another hour, they'll disable the button on me. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I don't feel like cooking tonight. But if they disable the express button, well, I got dumplings. I can just cook up dumplings for dinner. We don't have Ethan. We don't have Robotic Head. So we'll figure out what game we play later. I'm thinking we still want to try the Pal World thing, because fuck it, why not? Yeah, this album's a bunch of like game and Nintendo covers. Yeah, this is from Super Mario 64, I guess, like the file select theme. Hey, Alex, yeah, do you want to play some Pal World tonight? Okay, cool. It may be just like us. It might just be like me and you. Like, Brainless is going to give it a shot, but maybe his internet just blows it. I was in the gaming channel earlier today. No, I just left the Discord connection going all night because I forgot to actually disconnect from it. That's a separate thing. Yeah, you mean the voice channel. Yeah, I was in the voice channel for 14 hours because I forgot to disconnect. That happens on a regular basis. But this song's good, actually. Dude, this one's nice. Like, it took a little while to, like, warm up, but now I like it. But yeah, GNU Cache. I've never even looked at this or seen this. Like, this would be kind of cool. Maybe that was it, Kenny. Yeah, I was not there. I was not there. But yeah, dude, like I think a better front end to GNU Cache would be like a really like admirable and cool thing to build. Yeah, do it, man. As long as you don't use live view for it, I'm all for it. I know I won't like the answer. I know you're going to use live view. Hold on, there was another thing recently. I think we found it through Messijo, actually. No, it wasn't live view. It was like some other thing. It started with an H. I feel like it started with an H, but what was it? Anonymous. Thank you. Appreciate that. It wasn't Bloom. No, it's not Phoenix. No, I know Phoenix. I'm using Phoenix. No, this was the thing that I think Hacker News was talking about. Shit. Yeah, I don't even know now. Hologram. Hologram. That was it. Hologram. So yeah, Brainless, have you heard of Hologram yet? I don't know. I fucking hate it. I would never use it, but I did see like posts about it. And now they have like a clear path for funding. So it's definitely something worth checking out if you are in the Elixir space. Cinnamon sugar donuts? I think cinnamon's unnecessary. You can just do sugar donuts. And it depends. Are they freshly made at home or are you like buying them like and they're like cooled down? If you're making donuts at home by taking like the Pillsbury like biscuits and just putting a hole in them and then deep frying, yeah, just sugar that shit and boom. You've got like some of the best fresh hot donuts you've ever made. You don't need a glaze, you don't need any of that shit. No, not even powdered, just regular old granulated sugar. Like, I get it, McCory, fresh from the bakery. Yeah, the bakery can be home, and that's way better. No, because you're getting the same, like, amount of bread and dough, whether it has the hole or not. No one's actually punching a hole in your donut. They're just sticking their fingers in and spreading it. Get your mind out of the gutter. Heyo. Nah, nobody actually makes donuts that way. Right? The donut holes are just a completely separate process. Nobody's punching a hole out of your donuts. They're creating the hole, but they're not like getting this chunk of stuff. In that song, da 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 da. That part was super good, dude. Holy shit, man. Okay, I really liked that part of the song. Da 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 da. Like, oh my god, dude, that's amazing. Sure, yeah, it's basically like Crazy Frog, but you need to do like the sound or whatever, right? I get it. Some people might have wondered, how do they even make that sound? That was it. That was it right there. Right? Like, it's so easy. I recognize I have a bit of context. I'm a voice actor in training. Because yeah, every user's only allowed to have like their one instance of the password. So they're just checking your password, like, you know, the one you're proposing against all the plain text passwords they got stored anyway. That's just good security, isn't it? So give me a sec. I do have to pee. BRB. I think I need to grab another soda too. It's not even going to snow in Atlanta. It's just going to be ice. Yikes. So it's just gonna like fall down and become like a sheet of ice immediately, right? I get that. All right, let me go pee. BRB. Okay. So, who all's out there? We having a good day? We chilling? We hanging out? Mr. Sirs. Fuck, I forgot the soda. All right, hold on. Hey, Rumi. This cat hoodie is super good. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. All right, we're skipping that song. It's trying to put us to sleep. How dare they? Is Elixir part of StreamParrot? Abso-fucking-lutely, it's the back end, dude. How'd you know? What was your hint? Or is that just a shot in the dark? Oh, you meant is the word elixir replaced? Well, I mean, obviously it isn't because it would have been replaced. But the back end for StreamParrot is absolutely written in Elixir. Yeah, dude, I've been doing Elixir since like 2016, man. OG triple triple, and I still suck at it. Right? I think we all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck at it, right? I might also be one of those people. No, I get it. I haven't progressed. I'm still at the exact same level of guitar playing that I've been at for at least 10 years. Like, I haven't gotten any better at playing guitar. Let me put it that way. As far as the guitar goes, I have risen to my own level of incompetence. What is that? Is that the Peter principle? Yep. Yeah, the Peter principle, right? People will be promoted to a point at which they are no longer qualified to do the job. That sums up my guitar playing, for sure. Better than my singing, at least. Corey, I think you just misunderstand the Peter principle, and you should probably read about it. Like, no, it's like literally true. People get promoted to the level at which they're no longer good at something. You can be a really, really good individual contributor, but eventually someone's going to want to make you management. At which point you're probably shit at being a manager, but someone's going to promote you there anyway. And then that's where you burn out and you go to another company where you can be a senior again, where someone's going to try and promote you to manager again. And the cycle continues. I didn't make it up. It's reality. I wish I was bullshit. As an example, you know what? To hold on to me, A company might promote me to senior developer advocate. I do not deserve that title, and I would not be qualified to hold that title. But some company will give me that title in lieu of actually giving me the salary. Right? They'll split the difference and give me less of a salary bump, but they'll totally increase the title. Whether that's the company I'm at right now, no, it fucking happens, right? When I worked at Fresh Consulting, there were absolutely devs that got promoted to senior when they'd only been a dev for 2 years. Right? Title inflation is a massive thing. So much so that as a dev, just make sure you're getting paid what you think you're worth. Don't worry about the title. If you go from senior in a like big fish in a small pond, then you go to a bigger company and they just give you a regular like engineering title, you're still making more money, aren't you? Who gives a shit about the title? Title inflation is a thing, and almost every single HR organization understands that. So don't worry about that part. Yeah, as long as they're going to pay me for my time and that number goes up and to the right, the title does not fucking matter. Yep. Yeah, AI slop janitor is actually going to be a really high paid role eventually. It's like the, hold on. It's exactly like Team America. The world needs dicks because dicks fuck assholes. Right? Dicks also fuck pussies. But if it weren't for the dicks fucking the assholes would be shitting all over the pussies. Right? And then the vomit. Yeah, right? But like, dude, Team America World Police is dead on balls accurate. Without the dicks of the world, the assholes would be shitting all over everyone. Cue the puppet uncontrollably vomiting. And there we go. In the coming decade, dude, we're going to figure out in the next like 3 years. We don't even need a full decade. Let's put it a different way. AI generated code is actually worse than overseas dev code, right? It's actually worse than that. Who here has ever worked at a job where they had to clean up the vomit that was spewed out from an underpaid overseas dev? I'm not saying all overseas devs are bad, but your company is paying for the cheapest of the cheap. You're not getting the good ones. That's just all there is to it. If your company is looking at outsourcing as this magic bullet to save on their development costs, you're not getting the good devs from those countries. You're getting the cheapest fucking thing, right? It's a race to the bottom. It's like Upwork. Any company looking to shave costs by hiring overseas is not fundamentally qualified to find good overseas devs. Because it's a pure economy thing. No, they're not going to pay a premium for overseas devs to get the best of the best. It's a race to the bottom. They're going to pay the worst of the worst. Because to them, it's a line item in a fucking spreadsheet. So yeah, I'm not saying all outsourced software is bad, but the companies looking to do outsourcing for the sake of cost will almost always get bad developers. That's a separate thing. And it's the same fucking thing with AI too. If they're looking to augment their engineering with AI for the sake of cutting costs, they don't give a shit about quality already. And if you've ever worked at a company like that it has made these initiatives happen in the past with outsourcing versus the AI shit, dude, it's the same fucking pattern. Yeah, it was true 10 years ago. It's true today. Any company looking to do these things for the sake of cutting costs isn't going to care about quality anyway. And it's the same problem as if it was underpaid bad developers in another country versus some shit AI slop too. If they're not willing to pay for value, you're not going to get valuable results. But yeah, it feels like the industry needs to like go through these moments every 3 or 4 years, no matter what. 3 or 4 years ago, it was the no code and low code platforms taking our jobs. Nah, man. You didn't want to work for any company that considers those things a viable source anyway. No code and low code are valuable for very specific cases, but if you're doing it to save money on stuff that needs human beings thinking about the problem at stake, well, then, yeah, the company is doomed anyway. I think no code and low code have major like niches where they're valuable. It's almost always looked at as a silver bullet by the wrong fucking companies. That's the best way of phrasing that, in my opinion. The people least qualified to evaluate on whether it does its job or not are the people most likely to pay for it, thinking it does a job that they don't actually understand. Like, there's some weird fucking, like, corollary there. Right, you can only imagine the expenses they'll have bringing coders back to work to make sense of 2 years of vibe madness. Salesforce is dealing with 3 months of vibe madness right now. Salesforce already has this fucking problem. We don't need a year. It's happening right fucking now. Yeah, exactly. They assume that code has ever been the bottleneck. No. Figuring out what the fuck management wants and building based upon bad acceptance criteria has been our job for fucking ever. Like, it just comes back to the point. Do not listen to some fucking Anthropic CEO about the future of dev. They will lie to your fucking face. And it's okay because that's their job. It's their job to lie to your face. Like, don't blame the CEO for the position they're put in. Blame the game, right? In this case, no, absolutely hate the game, not the player. Like, 1000%, man. Hate the game, not the player. They're filling the role they have to fill because that's the fucking game. The game is wrong, not the person living within the bounds of it. So it's the opposite of the whole, like, hate the player, not the game bullshit that we heard in the 90s about, you know, dudes being unfaithful in relationships. It's a different thing. CEOs exist to make the line go up and to the right. Yep, 1000%, man. Oh, God. We'll allow it. It's the same in your world regarding cloud everything. When you were a Fortune 5, suddenly decide everything needs to be cloud and not data center, you were puking because the cost on AWS and MS was going to double without you taking a beat. You also noticed that those who were in the cloud full on were now moving back to their own bare metals. If you have hectares of space for data centers, why the fucking good conscience throw money away with cloud? Full on ignorance. Because, and here's the biggest thing, 3D Factor. If you're maintaining your own infrastructure, who's on the hook when that shit goes down? You. If AWS goes down, half of the internet is down, and it's no longer your problem. Right? So it's the someone else's problem aspect of doing business. If you fail at the same time all these other things fucking fail, no one's blaming you for it. Shit rolls downhill, you know? Sorry, maybe that was bingo. Sorry, not 3D Factor. Yeah, brain fart. Yep, no, that was bingo. My bad. Sorry there, 3D Factor. Didn't mean to lump you into that one. It was just, it was a lot of text and I lost the context. That's my fault. But yeah, bingo. At the end of the day, a proper scapegoat is massively worth its cost. Especially for me, as the DevOps, as the architect, as like any of the ops people in general. Right? If I can blame any other person or entity besides my own actions, that's worth me spending the company's budget at twice the cost. Because I'm not paying it out of my own salary. Like, liability management is the number one use case for software as a service in general. You know that, right? Why would I pay multiple engineers to run some shit internally when I can just like pay a little bit more for an SLA from another company, and when shit goes wrong, I can just blame the other company? That's way better. No, it wasn't any like internal expertise problem that we have. It was the provider we had. Sorry, guys. That's, we'll consider looking at other providers. We won't. No matter what, liability management is the number one selling point for any software as a service when it comes to enterprise concerns. We're not talking about startups. We're not talking about your hobby project. We're not talking about any of that shit. We're talking like, yeah, you're a fucking giant multinational. Yeah. Paying for some service for an extra $100K a year to get that little piece of paper that is that service level agreement of uptime. And when that fails, well, it's not our fault. We're paying someone else to do that. And 100 grand a year extra, that's the cost of what it would take to have one engineer pay attention to this full time anyway. Right? This is like an economy of scale problem that startups and hobbyists will never understand or experience or care about. Right? And at that point, the cloud is absolutely fucking worth it. I don't care if the cost 10x's. There you go. Yeah, getting a SOC 2 audit from AWS is cheaper than doing it yourself. Sure, yeah, paying fucking Stripes fees is way better than doing internal PCI compliance. Fuck that. Like, that's the entire point of software as a service, segmenting liability. And that is just something that we as hobbyists and most small businesses never even have to think about. Because, it's still probably worth it for the liability because they don't have enough customers. Like, there isn't an accountant yelling in their ear about it yet. There isn't a lawyer full-time on staff yelling in their ear about it yet. So yeah, there is something to that bingo, right? Sometimes, even if the per unit cost is 10x, the liability cost is actually massively cheaper. But it's really only something you'll deal with when you hit this like crazy level of scale. So it's not a problem I'll ever have, personally. But I've been at companies that do have to think about those things. I do enjoy these conversations, though. Try to get a server at Hetzner as an Indian company. Ooh, good luck. Yeah, no. Like, Hetzner's actually, like, really, really, really heavy. I tried to get a Hetzner server, and I just couldn't at one point, so I just did something else. It just wasn't worth the effort. Because Hetzner is, like, a big target for, like, scammers to use their hardware. So they got to be extra discerning. Yeah, it's like, it's crazy that way. Oh, thank you, 3D Factor. Yeah. You have to host European servers in Europe, so that wouldn't work without cloud or shipping. Like, I mean, there are companies that maintain data centers in other countries. FN Goofs, like that's absolutely a thing. They do that. Is it worth it? I don't know. Yeah, I believe I am technically on OVH with Messijo right now. We're going through another provider that I think is basically just reselling OVH services, but it works. The person that owns the company I'm hosting Messijo with is a mod here on the stream, so I have a bias there. So, keep that in mind. All right, so yeah, in this page, let's do this. Hold on. Where am I fetching keywords? In here. This is where I should be fetching that. Yeah. This is the right place for it. Let's double check. We do need that. Yeah. All right, we're good. So then, yeah, back to here. This is where we fetch the lenses. We don't have that in one of our services yet, so we'll create a method. And I think it does sit on like the keyword service, right? It kind of is like lens related, but do we have any like lens functions here that are not keyword lens specific, right? It's like, it's literally keyword lens, not just lens. I don't think it's worth creating a whole separate service just for like global lens fetching. So we'll let it live on service or on the keyword service for now. And then later, maybe we extract it to like a separate thing. All right, so you started trying it. Email verification still broken. How so? Are you not getting the email at all? Like, where in the process is email verification broken? Again, that doesn't help me. Like, what link or button so the email is not being delivered? Right? That's what I'm talking about. Like, where in the flow is it breaking down? And you don't even get the initial email. Okay. I don't know. We'll have to look at that because I've gotten it to work. So it's specifically verifying an email account for a notification. You were able to sign up maybe using email, and that verification worked, right? Okay. Just double checking, making sure, right? There's a lot of like email verification stuff. Many steps in which it could be breaking. So we got to like find those steps. So what you're saying is like you're not even getting the initial email and it's not in your spam folder anywhere, right? You have checked spam, yeah? Just in case. Yeah, exactly. Double check the spam folder. And if it is in there, well, yeah, that's something I got to fix. Like, I don't even know how to fix it, but I just want to double check that part first. And you're probably right that maybe it's not sending at all, but if it's in spam, that's actually a worse problem. If it's not sending at all, that's actually an easier problem to solve. I can totally do that. I'm hoping it's not in spam. If it's in spam, I think I'm fucked. I have no idea what I do. Like, for sure. If it's just not sending, oh, that's a problem I can solve. If it's going to the spam folder, what the fuck do I do? Ah, shit. So it's actually in your spam folder. Oh no. We'll mark it not as spam at least. Like, fuck. I don't think there's a fix either. You just need enough people to mark it not as spam. I'm using SendGrid. Not a bad idea. Hold on. Let me just do this. I can't remember. I think there's like some two-factor auth I might have to do. Takes me a second. It's a process to get this password, so give me a sec. All right, here we go. So now I can do the two-factor thing. Just such a process.
Swing, swing.
So those are my stats right now, man. Like I got a 100% reputation, 59 emails this month. In the past 7 days, 18 requests, 100% delivered. A third of them opened. And I'm no longer tracking clicks. No spam reports. The countdown you're seeing is just how long it is before you can send another. They last for 10 minutes. Maybe that's not obvious and that's bad UX. I get it. No, for sure. That's good feedback. I don't know how I could do it better, but, that's good feedback. I need to just, pay a proper designer at some point. That'd be cool. But, yeah, I don't know. My numbers seem all right. I think we're good, dude. Maybe don't show the countdown? No, I think there's some other way we can annotate the countdown. So you know, what the countdown's for. I think that's more important there. It's a pretty common pattern for when people are sending notification emails from a password reset UI. It's actually it's not an uncommon pattern. I don't know if you've used apps that do that, but I've seen a bunch of apps that do that. So it's not like I'm making this up with no prior art. I'm following exactly a bunch of other applications I've used that show that same kind of resend mechanism. You can't click resend while the timer's clicking. I just think there's some way I could annotate that better. But it is not a unique thing. I'm borrowing that idea from a bunch of apps where I really liked that feature. I don't know, man. Give it some time. Oh, DMark is not enabled? Really? Okay, dude, I could have sworn I set that up. So hold on, MX Toolbox? I hadn't heard of that. Ooh, that's a good thing, right? Like domain, right? Messijo, not Messijo.com, right? Okay, so yeah, DMARC policy not enabled. I could have sworn I had that. Dude, yeah, I haven't seen this. This is nice. Dude, this is really good. It's not like overly spammy with ads and shit. Like, nah, this is good, dude. Yeah, this is nice. Thank you. But yeah, dude, I could have sworn like the record is published. But there's like an extra thing I'm missing. No, I'm not gonna do that. So basically, I just need to set some kind of like policy value. I guess it will probably exist as like a text record. I don't know what DMARC policy is. I'm brand new to that halacity. Yeah, like no, this thing's brand new to me. But we got to do it. Right? Yeah, so all right, T3 chat saved me. I'd Google it too. It's basically just a glorified Google at this point. Thanks, Bingo. Yeah. I would assume this is probably like close. We must change our DMARC policy from none to either quarantine or reject. Ooh. No, honestly, like, this is almost a better Google search. You don't get like the first half page filled with just like link stuffers. You know? Yeah, like Google had a link stuffing problem for ages and they just didn't solve it. So it makes sense that, yeah, AI should eat their lunch because they weren't actually making it a better experience. Right? They were taking their position of power for granted. And that creates a vacuum, or at least like a space where some other thing can just like jump in. Yeah, they could have solved the search problem a decade ago, you know? All right, so we do need an RUA. What the fuck is an RUA? Like reject something. User agent. Or rejected user admin, or I don't know. Really? All right. Yeah, maybe bingo. I'm not so sure about that definition. I don't think we'll find it in the Linux manual. Right? Like a man Linux command or something. I don't know about that one. But yeah, so what we actually want to do is move to probably quarantine. And PCT is probably like percent. Or instead, we just reject it. All right, so theoretically, if my stuff's already going into your spam folder, that means that reject would actually just hide it immediately, yeah? So instead, we should at least say like quarantine or something. Are we confident that we're passing SPF and DKIM? I guess. Does this tell us that? More info is this page we have. It's very specific to the DMARC policy. It is not about like our SPF records. I don't see anything mentioning the SPF record. Oh. You mean the orange button? One of us is colorblind. I'm not sure which. It's fine. I'm having fun. Take it easy. Sorry. Bad joke. Bad joke. I might be partially colorblind. I don't know. Maybe is this where I finally discovered it? Probably. Shit. All right, so I think we're good, man. Like the only thing I got to do is just set the policy. But why are we going to someone's spam folder? Just because the policy's not there? That sounds weird. Everything else is fucking passing, dude. Yeah. Fuck it. No, whatever. Yeah, we just do quarantine, right? All right, so hold on. Give me a sec. Dude, these guys are funny. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, I got distracted. Hold on. What account am I trying to log in here at? Dude, get out of my face. Get the funk out of my face. There we go. That's the one. Verify I'm human. Barely. Son of a bitch. Really? Oh, wait. Hold on, sorry. Like, dude. Yeah. These headphones sit in my ear all day. Like, they don't allow good airflow. Gotta air it out, you know. I actually wonder. I think I might have all this nested. Yeah, I can hear color. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, if your ears were actually really good, you should be able to hear color because it's just a fucking waveform. Right? That's like human problems. Dude, I bet there are animals that can hear the color spectrum. Right? It's just another wave in the air. Maybe not even an animal, maybe like insect or something. I don't know if you consider that animal or not. I do, but just saying, like it could be that broad. I think they count as part of the animal kingdom, yeah? Like, come on. Fungus doesn't, right? Fungus is like a separate phylum? I could be wrong on all that. All right, so yeah, just double checking this. I do need to get logged into this, and I think I might have it scoped under Whirligig Labs. We'll find out. It'll be that easy. Dude, yeah, Whirligig Labs doesn't have any of these domains. No, this is not that project. No workers, nothing. Yeah, nope, wrong account. Wrong account. No, we definitely have it scoped, I think, under Messijo. See, let's log out. Yeah, glass bottle's the best, for sure. But yeah. All right, hot damn. No, we got it. It was in the one password. I don't know why it wasn't working. Let me close some windows, make sure I don't leak some shit. I think we're good there. All right, so as far as this goes, right? Domains, Messijo, click it, DNS records, right? Like DNS records are fully public. Like none of this is anything we could hide if even if we wanted to. Right? Where is our DMARC record? We see it right here. And we do see the P equals none. Right? And T3 said we should probably go like quarantine %100, but then we need to create like a RUA. And what does RUA really mean? I know someone like bullshitted the name earlier, but like, were they actually telling the truth? And that's actually what it stood for? I thought they were joking. Right? What is RUA? Like, what does that stand for? Rejected user something? Oh, I don't pay for shit. No, I'm on the free tier. Every single message I send is like Theo's paying for that one. I'm on the free tier. Like, nah, man. And that's how little I use it, right? Like, I'm not even close to hitting my limit. Reporting URI for aggregate. Oh, what? And yeah, hold on. Right? I believe you, but would it understand what I'm asking? Dude, I should have just asked. I know, I'm slacking. I was going to cost him the fractions of a penny anyway, right? But yeah, no, I don't use it enough to pay for it. Sorry. My bad. No, I get it. I get it. You pay $200 a month? Sure, man. That's fun. I've tried to use Cursor in the past, and the amount in which like I hit their limits doing tab completion within like a half hour using the product or whatever. Like I'm using AI, I just don't use it the exact same way. But I don't want to pay for that. 95's fine. Super Maven was fine. I don't know, man. But that's like a good example of it, right? I'm not saying I'm anti AI. Like, dude, the AI autocompletion is fucking beautiful, man. With like 95 and some of these other tools, like, oh my God, that's amazing. Yeah. So much so that when I tried Cursor with the workflow that I use, I hit their limits so fucking quick that I can't even like discover the rest of the product, you know? Like, I really think Cursor is fucking up with their really limited tab completion. It means that people who are not necessarily so gung-ho about AI don't even have a chance to appreciate the product because they get, like, their workflow is immediately, like, gated before they even, like, think about it. Dude, I do a lot of tab completion. I'm using AI daily. Just not the way, like, the agentic Zoomers are, you know? Yeah. Like Super Maven was amazing. Cursor bought it, killed it. I'm sure it's like inside of like how they do their tab completion now, but I bet their limits are still just as egregious. So instead, yeah, 95's fucking amazing. Seriously, 95's great. I like it so much that I actually want to pay for it just to like support a thing that's not the other shit. You know? Yeah, I'm a huge fan. There you go. 95 is just tab completion. Think of like just like the basic part of Copilot or Super Maven within VS Code, which is now basically dead, which used to work in NeoVim, etc. Right? Like I bet a 95 like NeoVim plugin probably exists, right? Like I don't know, they got a thing right here. Yeah, install for your favorite editor: NeoVim, Emacs, IntelliJ, Sublime. Fuck it. Yeah. So if you're looking for like a good new fast tab complete implementation, 95 is awesome. I really like it. Now, does it mean it's perfect? No, it'll definitely do some really, really bad completions. And then, oh no, as a user, I just got to jump in and do some shit myself instead. Oh no. You mean I actually have to use my brain again? Fuck. I'm like, no, and it's not literally that. But it's just like, yes, if you just keep hitting tab, you will run into like, you know, context death that every model hits eventually anyway, right? I am so curious about like the paid version where they can do like the local inference, no internet required thing. I know that was something Spheriforia was like commenting and pushing back against earlier. He just doesn't want all of his code sent to the cloud and back again. And that's a valid fucking concern. Like, that's a really valid concern. The whole local inference, no internet required thing sounds amazing. Doesn't it? Yeah. So I don't know. I'd like to support these guys. I think what they're doing is noble and it's cool and fuck yeah. Damn 3D Factor. Take it easy. What if I want to get sponsored or something, man? Like, no. If they're that bad, I get it. But, you know, let's not like get too hyperbolic there. I don't know anything about how they work internally. I don't know anyone that works there. I have no idea how they treat customers. I'm not one of them. So that I don't know either. But yeah, I would be interested in why you say these things. I get what you're saying. You just, no, come on. You had a reason for saying it. I'd be curious about it, but only something that you would be willing to properly defend. I'm just curious about it. That's all. Honestly, I'm bummed on Cursor for killing Super Maven. That is a personal opinion that I don't know. Obviously, they weren't going to sponsor me anyway. But yeah, like, I still just got to be honest about that. Like, I'm bummed they killed Super Maven. Like, you know? I didn't have that many products that Google has killed that I was like a fan of using, but I know how like the feeds users feel. Right? Like Google Feeds or whatever for RSS management was like the just golden goose of like the best platforms out there, and they just killed it because there was no way to make money off it. Now I know how the people who use that product feel, right? It's the same thing. I agree with that. Yes, exactly. 3D Factor. Can we just recognize? Do we think someone from that company watches stream? I don't think so. I'm gonna doubt. I'm gonna press X to doubt. But somehow, like the timing of it, from when like someone tweeted and showed like the banner on the Super Maven page saying they were gonna kill it, that same day basically, within like UTC timeframes, we were building video content. We were going to record a video live here on stream, and they removed the banner while we were doing that. Did it mean they were not going to actually kill the product? No, they just removed the banner. No, they still killed the product. They just removed the banner. I am mad about so many parts of that now. Like, dude, that is so fucking weird. So I get that. I totally get that part. That's so weird. No, we fixed the glitch. Oh, so he's fired? No. We fixed the glitch. He just won't be getting a paycheck anymore. We tend to think these things will resolve themselves over time. That's what they did. They were basically one of the Bobs from Office Space in that situation. Oh shit, people are going to complain about the banner? Well, just remove the banner. Oh, are we going to roll back the policy? No, just remove the banner. It's just, dude, that's fucking weird. Like, dude, that's fucking weird, man. That's not how a human being should think, in my opinion. No, we just fixed the glitch. Like, it's exactly that. Like, my guess is there are people young enough running businesses now that consider Office Space to be like a classic film rather than a timeless fucking example of how shit business gets run. It's timeless. It's fucking timeless. It is not a product of its time. It is timeless. And I find that interesting that there are probably people that have never even seen the movie that are now enacting policies that would fully fit within the movie. I think that's funny, right? More tech wonderkins and Silicon Valley CEOs would benefit from watching the satire of generations before. If I ran an incubator, that would be required homework. You also remember the Cursor guys went on the Prime stream in the tower and did a sort of Q&A thing, acted as if they didn't even see the Super Maven questions, and Prime was actively using Super Maven at the time. Wait, when was that? Wait, was that this month? Was that like last month? Wait, I don't even remember that. Like, are you talking about like over the summer? Oh, I didn't even know they were getting Super Maven questions. I didn't even know that. I know they're planning like another tower eventually. I have no idea the time frame, but yeah, they're doing another tower eventually. I'm not getting an invite. It's fine. I get it. I'm a different vibe. Chat was filled with Super Maven? Yeah, I mean, I guess I never watched it live. I just saw some clips here and there. I know I rated them at one point. Like when they were first starting, I think. But yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Shit. Yeah, I didn't realize that it was that like vocal about like we want Super Maven and we want it now. It's our autocomplete and we want it now. JG Super Maven 877 Text now. Like, I don't know. I'm just bullshitting. Oh, that was bad. But hold on. Yeah. So what we want to do is we want to update the DMARC record. That's what we're going to do. Right? No big deal. It's that easy. Admin at Messijo. I almost want to make it like RUA. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe admin's fine. I think I like the idea of admin. And we can handle it just because of how Fastmail works. So, like, if we just save that, I think we're good. Right, so bingo. Give it some time, but maybe then try and, like, re-verify the email eventually. You are probably rate limited at this point, and that's why you're not seeing anything. So, yeah, try it tomorrow. And then if the rate limiting isn't freeing you up, well, that's like a me problem. But yeah, I think you're probably rate limited at this point because we got to like try and do something about like spammers. And if you do it too many times, yeah, you're probably like, you were probably false identified as a spammer. And it's a bad experience. I get it. But also, I think the DMARC thing is part of my problem too. So we're hoping to fix that. We'll see. But yeah. Next week. Oh my God. Wait, is that where you do the separation? Like Saturday is the last day of the week and Sunday is the first day of the week? Oh, you just won't be here on Sunday. Yeah, because I probably won't be on this channel on Sunday. Touche. Yeah. Good call. So yeah, then Monday I'll be back again. Yeah, because I'll be on gaming channel tomorrow. I have a shitload of video editing to do that I feel really bad about. I'd like to finish it all tomorrow and pass that off as like an apology. I have 9 hours of video to edit. And it's just syncing the audio feed to the video feed and doing a light bit of color correction. But it's just one of those things that I don't actually enjoy doing. But I gotta do it. No, like tomorrow I won't be on this channel. I'll be on gaming channel. I'll be like just working. But I do think the DMARC should be fixed here at some point, so maybe give it a shot. I think we're good there. And we can close this shit and move on. All right, so you're getting good relevant responses to the keywords that you selected. That's a good feature. Shit. So hold on. So there it is. If I had ordered food an hour ago, I'd be good. But now, from 7 p.m. to probably like 8 or 8:30 p.m., the express is going to be disabled, but I have a tab where that checkbox is still enabled. As a software dev, I kind of want to try and use that stale tab. It is on an unrefreshed page on the DoorDash checkout page. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I think we got to test it, right? I don't necessarily want to order the food yet, but I think we got to test it. And, right? I'm willing to agree with you, Bingo. I'm saying, like, dude, let's just double check it. I would expect it to fail too. But what if it doesn't? You never know till you try. Worth knowing going forward, meaning, yes, I can just modify the DOM, is what I think you're hearing I'm saying, right? If it's a front end fucking disabling of that thing. Cool. Cool. We don't know. We have no idea. I haven't tried it yet. We haven't tried it yet. We just don't know. I'm just not hungry enough yet to, like, click the button. We'll see. But it's a very worthwhile experiment at the bare minimum, right? Wait, really? Did Claude really do that? Was that why? Hold up. Was that why Theo and a bunch of other people did, like, what the fuck Anthropic videos? Is that it? Is that where that drama came from? Oh, I didn't know about that drama. That's even funnier. Ah, shit. Dude, what the fuck, Anthropic? Dude, the fact that I saw the titles and didn't know the drama, that actually makes me feel really good about myself, too, a little bit. Like, who cares, man? Like, I don't know, man. They can be upset as much as they want. I don't care. It's almost like their job is becoming upset at things because that's the kind of content they make now. That sounds miserable. Dude, that sounds fucking miserable. I hope they enjoy it, because I would not. To where you're just, like, bound to make current events content forevermore. Sounds exhausting. But better than that, like, no content, right? So, yeah. Better current events than nothing. So I agree with that. But man, it just doesn't sound fun to me to, like, be bound to some, like, current events, like, hype cycle timeline. Sounds fucking miserable, man. But again, if they enjoy it, well, yeah, I don't have to get it. So, yeah, I hope they enjoy making that kind of content. Anyone that does it, you know, the people I'm mainly thinking of, but there's a bunch of people that have pivoted to just being like current events shit. That sounds miserable to me. But I don't have to get it. Welcome to the wide world of sports. I mean, just like the world in general. That was like phrasing. Nah, man. That's the thing. We all got hobbies. You don't have to get other people's hobbies. As long as they get it, that's all that matters. Some people just really like turtles. That was an old boy reference. You're welcome. Exactly, 3D Factor. Like, I almost wonder, like, how much money did that dude get paid by Anthropic to publish that shit? I do get a little conspiratorial with some of this shit. Who stands to profit from the idea of Ralph going viral? Follow the money. Oh, he didn't have to tie it to Claude. That part was implied. That's why it's an even better conspiracy. If it was obvious, it wouldn't even be a conspiracy. That'd be reality. Maybe he did or maybe he didn't, but did Claude know that everyone would opt for the best model regardless? Again, hold on, man. I am of the mind in the Git DevTools space that if we can convince someone, anyone, that using any Git GUI is worth it, we all in the Git DevTools space benefit. Because that user is now convinced that at least one of these tools is worth paying for. That's the hardest fucking part. If someone else is going to spend money on convincing that person, you should applaud them for it. Because that same person is now, like, many, many multiples more likely to check out GitKraken than a user that is not convinced a GUI is worth it. Right? Like, I swear there is some fucking, like, level to the math and likelihood of, like, someone testing a tool. If they're already convinced about another tool, they are so much more likely to try our tool too. So much so that, like, we should all be supporting each other in the Git DevTools space. Because we're all fighting the same problem of convincing you it's even worth any tool. Once you recognize one tool is worth it, all the other tools are like an order of magnitude easier to evaluate, right? From like a convincing perspective. Like, I don't know, man. There's definitely some math to that. It's like, I knew someone in the feature flag space. Now, they're at Twilio now, but they were at DevCycle or whatever. And they organized this entire space in which all the other feature flag companies got together and chatted and hung out and blah, 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 right? Because no matter what, the amount of companies in the world using feature flags yes, you could consider that a zero-sum game. But you know what? There is a much bigger market for everyone in the feature flag space to converse every other company not in that small bubble that feature flags are worth doing. And if they can convince anyone to become part of the circle, that circle expands in which any company can then benefit. So you're like, you might be competing companies within like a small space, but you don't have to treat the problem as fighting for just the people that use feature flags. No, you should all be fighting together to increase the size of the circle of people that do use feature flags. And you should actually all be considering the fact that you're on the same team. That is Team Feature Flag. Just convincing any new company that feature flags are valuable increases the entire fucking circle of total addressable market, right? So yeah, like, I don't know. There's just too many people that approach business as a zero-sum game. And I just refuse to do that. I come from snowboarding. Yeah, dude. Oh, you snowboard? Fuck yeah, keep snowboarding. Fuck those skiers. Now, technically, who gives a shit? It's not a zero-sum game. Are you just getting out there on snow? We all fucking win. Because every single person that gets stoked on skiing or snowboarding brings other people into the fold that will ski or snowboard. Right? Like, dude, everyone benefits from just people being stoked on either one. It's not about skiing versus snowboarding. And then there's even like the microcosm of like, well, within snowboarding, oh, is it Burton versus... No, we're all working together to just get people stoked on snowboarding. Because every stoked person brings another person in. Like, there's this like multiplicative effect of just get people stoked, man. Right? That's like the absolute biggest thing. It's not a zero-sum game. Like, none of this shit actually is. You can all work together to just increase the amount of people that you could possibly even ever talk to anyway. And you all benefit by just increasing the surface area. But I think that is something that a lot of like MBAs, like people who just like learn business in college, dude, I think a lot of MBAs approach every business as a zero-sum game. And I disagree with that, I think. But again, maybe that's why I'm not a successful businessman. Not yet, at least. I do really think if I can just be successful with this kind of ethos, I would love to actually like show that more to the world. You know, whiskey could be getting in the way. Whatever. That said, let's get another album going. Yep, I was ranting. I forgot the music even stopped. Shit. I think we listened to this in a long time. It's an okay album. Right? Like, I don't know why this song reminds me of Flash Gordon for some reason. Bingo. Wait, really? Wait, what? I think I forgot that, man. I guess I gotta double check it. Shit. My bad. Yeah. It's like I smoke weed or something. Where's that bong at? I did see they're making the movie. I'm sure it'll be fine. Man, you've been chatting a long time. It's like it's exhausting scrolling back through it. So Surly's over on YouTube. He didn't even know the music was done. Yeah, that's on me. All right, there we go. So, first time you ever chatted was May 5th, 2025. 552025. Interesting. I don't see anything about the snowboarding stuff, man. Sure. All right, maybe that's like towards the end of the day or something. Oh, I think I forgot that part completely. I don't know. I'm looking. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. I don't know. I don't know. I'm pretty over it already. I don't know. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, I do need another soda. Technically, you're third. I saw that part already. Take it easy. I think you're exaggerating a little too much at this point. That was your third follow. I just saw that line. Okay, come on. But let me go pee. Let me go grab another soda. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, I forgot to put the pee fountain on. Shit, you're right. You're right. Tool to track your Twitter activity? I'm sure there is. I don't know what it is, but I bet it's out there. Oh, you mean Twitch? I don't know. Probably. Dude, I just saw the message where you said I was your third. Like, I just saw that, dude. Like, take it easy. I literally saw your message where you said I was your third follow. I think you can actually do that. Yeah, that's a good call there, Surly. I think there is a way to do that. Good call. All right, so I do want Indian food. It is about time for me to hop into some gaming. We started building out the endpoint, but it was a Saturday, and alas, we didn't go as deep as we wanted. But you know what? Yeah, we've done some stuff today, and we hung out and we chilled. But Indian food? Yeah, I just refreshed the page, so like we can't test the stale UI problem because no, they've got it. All right, so direct to me with like we got time. It won't be here until 8. So, we're not done yet. But yeah, Indian food into my belly. Oh, buddy. But yeah, it's like 40 minutes away. Yeah, perfect timing. Extra spicy buttered chicken with garlic naan and papadums. If I was feeling extra hungry, I would have bought some fish pakora. Oh no, the papadums are in there for sure. They were great. Yeah, they were amazing. Fish pakora is pretty good too. It's one of those things that's actually better the next day because I crisp it up. Right when I get it from, at least through delivery, it's a little soggy. But if I just throw it in the oven and crisp it up a bit more the next day, dude, fish pakora is like really fucking good. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna eat tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. Just making sure that is the food. Yep. All right. So yeah, food's on the way. It'll be like a bit. So yeah, is butter chicken a vindaloo? Like honestly, I know there's a slight difference. I looked it up. We looked it up here on stream. I think maybe on the other stream too. But yeah, like a spicy butter chicken versus like a vindaloo, there is a very slight difference in how the sauce is prepared. Right? Like the base of the sauce. Right? Of like the curry. At least according to Google. I don't know. All right, so yes, in the time in which, oh man, the food's being prepared. I believe this should come back as that, and we should be able to see it as we fetch it, and that would be the get keyword lenses. I think that's the fucking path, right? Like, let's go double check the router. At least with the fish pakora, for sure. Right? Like, it's good, like, have one while you're chilling, but, like, the leftovers of fish pakora and then, like, crisping it the next day is actually, like, it's better than the original. It's almost like when you cook rice, you don't want to cook fried rice with, like, fresh rice. You want to have, like, day-old rice after you've, like, cooled it properly, you know? It's a little similar. And yeah, in general, I'm not into leftovers, but yeah, leftover fish pakora, as long as you do it the exact next day, thumbs up. There's like a pepper chicken thing that I bought from this same Indian place, and I just didn't use it in time. Like I should have done it for lunch the next day, but I was going out for a dinner that night. And then like 2 days later, pepper chicken, like I don't know, I'm good. Yeah, like I'm not a big fan of leftovers unless they're like fresh leftovers. And that phrase barely makes any sense, but you know what I mean. All right, so yeah. Exactly. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's a word. That's a thing. A breakfast fry up. So you're definitely from the UK. I'm like, yeah, yeah. No person here in the US would say that. But I get it. Nice. I have seen photos of a proper English breakfast though. Ooh. Those look good. They look really good. Texture's nicer. Doesn't spike the insulin. So yeah, 3D factors. Same idea. Like frozen bread actually like breaks down something about the bread in a special way too. I was just seeing a post about that recently. Yeah, dude. Like, yeah, we should all be like freezing bread and then like, you know, thawing it and using it as we need it because it actually like breaks it down to where it's like less insulin resistant or some shit. Or I don't know. I don't know the fucking terms, but yeah, man. All right, so yeah, get keyword lenses. We want to do that at the dashboard layout level, and we want to do it within the same context as all this other bullshit. Really? Get keyword lenses. Like, why was I not seeing that? That was weird. All right, there we go. So then lenses by keyword ID. And why is that? Like, dude, I think we just need to like reset the language server. Like, something's weird in here. It's not seeing any of this like stuff updating. Maybe that one's actually in lenses. That's why that wouldn't be there. So then it's like a file we haven't imported yet. Ooh, and they still fucking hate it. Hold on. So what am I doing wrong there? All right, food being prepared. But yeah, like we want to fetch this, and honestly, I should like log what we're seeing. All right, we're gonna be logging it on the back end too, but fuck it, why not? There we go. All right. Oh, dude, that's fucking production. Duh. Fucking duh. All right, so then, yeah, this part. Oh, that fails because, yeah, reasons. Yeah, we got bugs. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, so ko.name must appear in the group by. No shit. Oh, dude's about to pick up my order. I'd say this is a good place to like pick back up on. Dude's picking up the food. Dude, he's gonna be dropping off real soon too. Because the place is real close. So let's go figure out who we go raid. Because, yes, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. Are you kidding me? You fucking kidding? All right, so who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Jamie Pine's going? Yeah, let's go raid Jamie Pine. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Bingo, that was a lot of text, and I'm not reading all that shit right now. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Right? Could you, like, could you condense that down a bit? That was a lot of shit. All right, so we're going to go raid Jamie Pine live. He's doing Space Drive V2. And someone asked about my opinion about Space Drive V2 earlier, and I didn't have an answer because I haven't seen anything about it. So let's go figure it out. And maybe people that are more diligent and discerning and who are paying attention and not just picking up their Indian food being delivered, I would love your opinion on the project too. I don't know anything. Like, yeah, I got no opinion. But I'm a fan. So I'd love to see what Jamie does with it. So we're going to go raid and find out. And y'all can ask all the questions you want. And maybe over on gaming tonight or gaming tomorrow or this stream again on Monday. Let me know what you think. I am going to bid farewell to the YouTube stream. Thank you all, everyone on YouTube. It's probably like a couple of you. I don't have the numbers or anything, so I'm not sure. But thank you all for watching. I really appreciate that. Cheers. So later YouTube, I'm going to click the end of that part.